Howdy, howdy. We lost some time here, but we're starting still around the same time we normally start. Stream was kicking on and off. We're having problems with bitrate or a key or something, so some troubleshooting. Today we're doing a hot chicken sandwich with some triple cooked fries and homemade ranch and a slaw. We're making the buns, we're making the slaw, we're making the sandwich, we're making the fries, we're making the ranch. Everything. There's a couple things I need to do. I literally haven't started anything because I thought it was very possible to do everything on the stream. First thing I need to do is butcher up some chicken, which actually I should use the smaller cutting board for, so that way I just am done with the chicken portion. And then there's the bun part. I have to get the dough down, and then I can do the ferment. Each of the marinade and the ferment takes a couple hours. The marinade for the chicken is pretty aggressive. You use buttermilk or pickle juice, and I have buttermilk and extra jalapeno pepper, pickled jalapeno pepper brine. So we're gonna use that instead of pickle juice. But yeah, let's butcher up some chicken here. Or not butcher up, but yeah, debone some chicken thighs. We were debating whether to put, hot chicken or Nashville hot chicken as the thing, but I ended up going with a hot chicken because Nashville hot chicken is like a very specific kind of thing, whereas I feel like hot chicken is a less specific thing. I might be a little pedantic here, but I think they're different. And we're not doing anything in the way of hot honey. I don't have any honey right now, so we'll call it a hot chicken and call it a day. Yeah. And then I want to grab a little quart bag for our bones. Perfect. Chicken bones. Good thing to have. Two, four, 6, 10. Perfect. We're gonna do 4 today, and then we're doing D&D on Saturday. So I have to bring this whole show back to life for Saturday. Good thing is this recipe makes 6 buns, so we'll just do one of them right now. Try to get it right, and we'll do the same one then. And then we'll debone all the chicken right now. I'll toss some in a bag for Saturday, and yeah, we'll be good. There's always like the So if you cut perfectly, you end up with this like real straight bone and a really nice piece of chicken. But, uh, but you get this flappy knuckle. There's always one of these knuckles. How the game's been going. The game's been gaming. I don't know. Dungeons and Dragons. Sorry. I was in describe the food thing mode. Yeah, they've been going pretty good. We have a couple groups, and this weekend is the group where I have a friend who is Muslim, so we have to make halal food. And it turns out hot chicken is one of the few things that is like unapologetically Southern food that is actually halal, which is kind of funny. Most of the rest of it involves like bacon, or I guess you get like Texas barbecue, which is more beef focused. But I would say a lot of like Southern food, Southern comfort food kind of revolves around, you know, pork products. So yeah, the games have been going pretty good. Um, I've got one character who's a kobold cleric. The fact that it's all fried in oil. Well, that's still halal. You can fry things in oil. The pork part is not. But we don't have any pork here today. See, I still got this knuckle. It's annoying. I wonder if we could just like hold it out and just shave it off like that without cutting it. Because you want the biggest piece possible, right? I don't want any of this meat to be in a separate thing like this. That's a little morsel of. Are kobolds in D&D the same as WoW? I didn't really play a lot of WoW, so I'm not sure I could tell you. Um, but I'm basically like a sub. They're like a sub race that are like, uh, yeah, they're like little henchmen, little rat like human. Yeah, like a rat, kind of somewhere between a rat and a lizard. They kind of either have scales or fur, depending on how you want to play it. And basically, they're subordinate to dragons, and we're playing a pre-made module, Storm King's Thunder, which is all about giants and dragons. And so my guy is just all about the dragons and trying to convince the rest of the party we should side with the dragons. And most of the rest of the players aren't very opinionated one way or the other. So we're basically just doing what the dumb little rat guy wants to do, which is fun. That I can like push the story along, but do it in like a unhinged, dumb way. And I'm a cleric from the Order domain. And I kitted out my guy in a way where I've got this. There's this spell called Silvery Barbs that gives basically if somebody attacks somebody, I can make them re-roll and they have to take the new roll. And it's helpful to like prevent our squishy characters from getting hit or prevent something that is like, yeah, Dragon Cult timeshare program. It's funny, yeah. Uh, and so basically, normally what happens is you just do that, and that's it, right? Um, you get someone to re-roll an attack against your guys, and then if they miss, they miss, and that's that, right? And if they make it, they still make it, and you spend a spell slot. But because I'm this order domain cleric, whenever I do an enchant spell, which is, yeah, that could go bad. They could crit. But I normally do it if somebody does get crit. Um, and with the order domain cleric, you basically get whenever you cast an enchant spell on someone, they get a free attack. And the spell Silvery Barbs, I give someone basically how it works. You give someone disadvantage, and then you give someone else advantage. So you impose, yes, instant attack. So I impose disadvantage on the enemy that just attacked and make them re-roll and take whatever that roll is. And then I give that person who was attacked a free attack right now at advantage. It's kind of busted. And the only reason that you're able to do it this way is because I am part of I took a half feat called Fey Touched that allows you to take spells out of Wizard's spell list. And so I took a half feat to be able to do that. So I got some extra whiz, which bumped my guy up high enough. But I also got, yeah. So I can do basically like massive action economy work. It's pretty nice. And I'm a dumb little rat guy. Or I think of him as more like a little lizard dude. I just thought of him as a bit more of a scaly instead of a furry. And I do a little voice, and he sounds like Meatwad from Aqua Teen Hunger Force. Like, hey guys, let's go this way. And like stuff like that. It's pretty fun. Yeah. Also, because my guy is a cleric, I get access to heavy armor, which is the easiest way to up your AC. So right now, I think we're like level 7, and my guy's got like full plate armor, and actually, since you do spells most of the time, it doesn't even make sense to have a weapon. And I took a RP, like a role playing thing based off of the module. I guess there's a character who needs to have a backstory where their hand gets turned to stone. So my guy has a petrified hand and then just a shield. So I cast spells with my petrified hand. And yeah, it's fun. But yeah, we got a bunch of money, and so I got a +1 shield and plate armor and all the bells and whistles and everything, right? And so my guy has like 21 AC. Yeah, my character is kind of broken. I've played a lot of characters, so this is one where like I can min max the shit out of it. I've played enough now that I know how to like ghost ride the whip or whatever, what have you. Yeah, it's pretty broken, but it's fun. And my DM likes broken in the right way, especially with modules. If it was more of a homebrew thing, I wouldn't try to break it nearly as much. But with non-homebrew things with modules, it's less of him making everything and more of him like, reading through the module and getting everything ready. Um, and so there are plenty of encounters where like if we break it, he's like, "Oh, that's funny. Way to break it." in like a good way. And then he's also, I think he's doing a thing where we're gonna actually level higher than the level cap of the module. I think it goes to like level 11, but I think we're gonna go to like 15. And there's basically like supplements that people have made to the module to expand it and add harder things. So if things are going to get a lot harder, but we will be able to level up more. And so it kind of embraces brokenness in a healthy way, right? We're not like becoming God King, whatever, of Slayer Mountain. We're just, yeah, yeah. Mods to the module, exactly. So Wizards of the Coast made Storm King's Thunder, and then we take that and make something else, kind of different flavor of the same sort of thing. So, and so that's the one group, and that's going really well. I think it's going pretty well. We're just wandering around. We got like griffins and stuff. We definitely, a couple sessions ago, maybe like 3 sessions ago, we got a bunch of money and we're like a lot more mobile now because we got a bunch of griffins and we like saved a town, got a bunch of money and some contacts and stuff. So things are kind of moving along. It's out of that beginning phase and more in like the middle phase, which is nice. It's always fun to start something, but sometimes when you only got like 1 or 2 spell slots and you're just kind of fucking around with rats in a basement, you're just like, yeah, I kind of know how this goes. Hey, Uncle Stinky. Good to see ya. Making hot chicken sandwiches. Spent like all day today trying to get my car's registration renewed. Seriously, it spent like 6 hours. Went to the DMV. They told me to drive somewhere else. Go hook my car up to the emissions thing. And then fucking drive somewhere else and wait 2.5 hours. And God, mine expired 2 years ago. Yeah, see, mine was expired. I've been busy like motherfucker, so I haven't been paying attention. But mine expired about a year ago, so they got me on it. I got a citation, but if I finish the thing, then the citation goes away. Just got to go to court now, and I don't know if I have to go on the day or I can go before. But I figured I did enough shit today. Perhaps that can be done another day. Because it might have to be done that specific day. Which is dumb. Because I guess it is on a Thursday. Or maybe a Wednesday. So I can probably make whatever appointment. me on those years ago, and it was Divergent or whatnot. They wanted $800 for the tick. Jeez, Louise. Yuck. No bueno. See, I want to cut it close, but the more close I cut it, the more like, you can slice through these bones pretty easily, and I don't want anyone eating little gristly whatever. Then you get this big old whack of whatever. It's gonna become stock. I get so fucking protective over little bits of meat. I don't know. No, breasts. That's for amateurs, especially for a sandwich. You're gonna honestly look through your screen, and I'm gonna look through my camera. We're gonna look at each other, and we're gonna agree that breast is better for a sandwich, for a chicken sandwich. No. You need chicken thigh for a sandwich. At the very least. Maybe if we were talking a salad, you could convince me breast for a salad. Or for, like a cutlet for a meal. If you're putting chicken on a sandwich, right? We're not talking a chicken salad sandwich, right? Frozen dinosaur nugget sandwiches work too. God. Okay. No, you can't. You can buy boneless thighs, and those work pretty well. I just, as an exercise, I like doing this because we get bones, and then I can make stock for something else. It gets the ideas going, right? So that way we can do well here in this fun little arena of cooking. Oh, fuck. Here. All right. We are going to do a mixture of stuff, but first I must wash the chicken off. Yeah, just get boneless thighs or something. And it's cheaper to get the thighs with the bone in and cut it up like that. It only takes like 10 minutes. And I was going kind of slow because I was talking about my dumb Dungeons and Dragons character. But it's good. But if you are a breast person and you want to commit to that forever, there are some things you could do. That's an XP waste, yeah. um, there are some things you can do to up your breast game, right? First thing is they're too like round, right? They're too roided up. Get yourself one of these, a Jacquard tenderizer. It's got these knives that come out, and you just basically put it on your thing and you just smack it. And it's like, it's better than the hammer, I promise you. Butterfly works too. This does a hell of a job, I will say. And it tenderizes more than Butterfly does in a way that makes for less tough stuff. We're going to break it down. I don't know. That's like $15 off of Amazon. 20 bucks. So, I like it a lot. It's one of those gadgets that, like, how many fucking gadgets do you need? But I saw that in a video with what is it? Adam Witt. He's this like Midwest guy who does a lot of cooking videos, and he did a whole thing where he went to a bunch of places in Chicago where they made sandwiches, or one of his things where he went where sandwiches were made. And that was the key to getting their steak sandwiches so flat and their chicken Vesuvio or whatever very flat. And then my producer scored some of this Cholula wing sauce. So we're going to add some of that as well. Which looks like it could be very good or very exactly the same. Although I don't see any like safflower oil or whatever. Any seed oils. Get them seed oils out of here. I haven't worked a lot with buttermilk. What should we add? Like, how about that much? That's looks good. Yeah, that's why the lid is half the size of the bottle. Yeah, it's Cholula. I'm gonna add some of this brine. And we're gonna add a little bit of this Cholula wing sauce. You know, the thing that I hate about some of these plastic things is they always rip themselves right at the seam, and then you got this weird, gross seam unless you want to go up from the bottom, and then if you go up from the bottom, chances are half the time the plastic will try to get under your fingernail in a less than comfortable way. Oh my god, this one's got like a fucking contour, like the fucking bottom of a sink drain. Like it wants me to like spend 30 minutes working at whatever its fucking mysteries are. Okay. God damn. Need everything be a hassle? Maybe. Alright, we're just going to use good, healthy skosh. I was watching a Kenji video. Kenji Lopez Alt. He does cooking stuff from Seattle. A fellow Uncle Stinkian. And he said that skosh is actually a use of it comes from Japanese. It means skoshi, or a little bit. Tastes pretty all right. Okay, we're gonna do 4 for today. And instead of putting all of them in, normally it's, marinate longer is better, right? But this is just acidic ingredients. And if I were to marinate these all until Saturday, when I made the rest of these, they would be mush, right? So let's not do that. So every video I saw only did it for a couple hours. So we're going to marinate this for a couple hours, which is fine. And the other guy, these guys will go in the refrigerator till Saturday. All right, and then where am I? Hiding from me. Dishwasher is clean. All right. And we'll huck these in the refrigerator as well. The refrigerator's still kind of full from our last week. We had a carne asada that we hosted. Went very well. Beyond the mole that I made last week with the beans, I made more rice. Too much more rice. And then I did al pastor and carne asada on the smoker out back. Pretty fucking good. Okay, up next. The bun, the burger bun, the sandwich bun. And I'm just going to follow, there's a Brian Langerstrom. Just a lot of baking. And I'm not much of a baker, so we're going to follow his lead. Okay, we're just going to combine all this stuff together. Right here. Okay, this can be done right now because it's got a shitload of instant yeast in it. That's right. Fuck. I forgot. There is something that needs to be done right now. Okay. I need to cook a potato. That needs to happen right now. Okay. I knew I was forgetting something. Fuck. Okay. Well, that's all right. We're doing triple cooked fries as well, so we will, you know what? We'll get the potato in there later. It will get incorporated. I knew I was forgetting something. It's all right. You can have that done in like an hour. Potato. So these are potato buns. All right, that's fine. We've got more things we can do. Plenty more things, and this shouldn't be too big of a deal. Yeah, way too much foil. Whatevs. Get in there. Get in there. We'll do everything else for now. Or maybe we'll wait on this like 30 minutes. You know what? I want a drink. And we've got something cool I forgot to mention. At Winco, we found these interesting juices. I've got guava, mango, and soursop, and they all have the juice or the pulp. They're very like high quality juices, and it's $1.88 for this tall boy, and it's like a perfect, mixer in a cocktail. So let's make a cocktail. That's a good idea. It is my day off, and I spent all of it waiting in line. But I did finish an audiobook. I am now done with volume 2 of Gulag Archipelago. Get our chung. got some limes over here that demand use. Use me. Alright, let's see. Getting all our stuff out. Alright. The booze. What do we want in our guava cocktail? Need to be careful. I kind of want like a bitter. I do like the idea of the spicy tequila. We've been getting on the spicy tequila train. Spicy tequila, guava. Don't want to just do a margarita because that's always easy out because it tastes really good. That's fair. I'm gonna have some of this Cynar. And you know, that might be good. And we'll just top it off with a little cimarron. And you know what? Maybe it's a riff on a margarita. And it's like not exactly a margarita. How about that? So we've got spicy tequila, cimarron, just some blanco or reposado tequila, chung, which is like pineapple mango. We've got some Cynar, which is an Amaro, and guava juice. Let's see how this turns out. I bet it could be really good. We've got some jiggers and Helio. Holy shit, you brought the entire bar out. I most certainly did not. I've got more of a bar than you would even know. Once I become an affiliate, which is mostly in my court now, I just need to do more streams in a month. And I've been working on this thing, this desk thing, so I can kit out my room. I've got a music room, and I want to start doing music, like stuff streams on Fridays. But I don't have that kitted out right now because I'm a dumbass and I'm not good at woodworking. But once I become an affiliate here, maybe I will roll out the bar cart. But there's a full ass cart with a bunch of shit in it over there. What's up? What the fork? Welcome to Cooking Stream. We cook every stream, but this is a cooking stream too. Yeah, I'm not exactly the most of a tequila drinker, but it is. We were doing a lot more of that lately, and I think it naturally attracts fruit really well. We would. I don't know. I've been doing a lot of Latin stuff lately, so we're gonna do 3/4 of an ounce of some decent reposado tequila. Let's just try straight 3/4. 3/4 of an ounce of our spicy tequila, which is about as spicy as I'd like to go in a cocktail. I'm an any alcoholic beverage drinker. Well, welcome. We are as well. Some of this chung. Yeah, I got a liquid Pad Caprao that I borrowed from More Savory Goods, who's a, makes cocktails on the internet. And that was really good. So, even Buzzballs, you might be able to catch me with a Buzzball in the right mood. Okay, we're going to do 3/4 of this. We're going to do a little more. Do another 1/4 ounce, 1/2 ounce. It's got the pulp, so it's real. Okay, and then we're going to add, again, probably a little over the 3/4. And then let's do 3/4 Cynar. So this should have a nice, bitter backbone. No, not imitation pulp. Actual pulp. Pulp from guavas. This is guava. Con pulpa. Fuente de vida. Jugo exprimodo. Whoa. But it's good. It's good. Actual pulp from actual oranges put in the actual guava juice. Let's see. What else? There's something else that saline solution. We cannot forget our saline, especially if this is a margarita riff. Where is our salt? Here we are. Nice, healthy deal of salt. All right. Let's see. Is this any good? Smells interesting. Yeah. Nice. Okay, there we go. I would say that the spicy tequila is too much in this. It's really overpowering everything else. And maybe we would need to back off to half, even a 1/4 ounce. But everything else tastes very good. The guava and the Cynar. Perhaps not the best of friends. Maybe there's a different. I also have Campari, which might end up going better. But Campari has this distinct taste that Amaro is a little different than. So, or that Cynar is different than. They're both Amaros. Bitter aperitifs from the Mediterranean. That's pretty good. Okay, now we're getting a little less of that. Yeah, it's pretty good. Too spicy. Not because it is too spicy to handle, just it gets in the way a little more than I'd like. Okay, let's see. We're going to bring together all that stuff. Butter. We have butter, right? Where the hell did all the butter go? Are you fucking kidding me? Do we not have any butter? That's a basic food thing. Where the fuck did it go? Oh no. We've got vegan butter, which is just fancy margarine. Might need a producer run. That's very unfortunate. I could have sworn we always have too much butter. I need a favor. Can you go to the store and get butter?
Yeah.
There's no butter.
How much do you need?
Enough.
Okay.
Thank you. I don't know how we ran out. I think that's the first time that's ever happened. What are you gonna do? That's why we have producer. Brilliant. Helpful. Lovely producer. No. She will go to the store like a champ. Save the day. We can make coleslaw. Or we can just mix that stuff back in later. Let's do that. Because we got to mix this other stuff in later. I just want to start getting the fermentation kind of bubbling and dribbling. It's not a lot of butter. It's just to help. Come on. I don't want the transcript. I want the... This is infuriating. Why do apps and stuff change all their shiz? Okay, there we go. It's done. Yeah, so it's just 75 grams, 5.5 tablespoons. Okay, that is a decent amount. Whatever. We'll get this yeast going and everything. Okay. Well. Yeah. That's fine. Things will move along as is the way of the world. Kind of a rainy May. We were going to plant plants this weekend. Going to rip all the spring stuff out. But it's too wet. Kind of warm water. Okay. We're going to do the scale. Thank you. I believe just butter is all we need. Yes, please. Okay. So 200 grams warm water. There we go. It's 200 grams. 70 grams or a third a cup of sugar. we will grab some sugar out of our endless 50-pound bag of sugar. Ah. Cool. Okay. And then an egg, the melted yeast, or the melted butter, instant yeast, 8 grams. We've got instant yeast. And egg. So it said 2.5 teaspoon or 8 grams. So we'll just measure 8 grams. 8. There we go. And then the potato, the flour, and then the salt. Okay. We can. What the heck? There we go. Back to 8. 625 grams King Arthur bread flour. Or maybe I'll whisk this together, actually. Just get the yeast all buddy-buddy with the sugar, right? Probably not bad to do. And then from here, 625 and 12. Yeah. There you go. 12 grams salt. that's everything except for the things that aren't ready yet. But that's fine. We'll mix it in later. I just want to start getting the yeast alive, right? There we go. Our little dough whisk. We're definitely missing some butter and potato because this is a very shaggy, craggy dough. It's okay. It'll start yeastifying here. So in the bread world, there's things that are considered lean doughs, which are things that are just straight up, flour, water, yeast, maybe some salt. And then there's things that are like not lean doughs. I forget what the other side of the spectrum is called. But that would be like brioche, right? This is going to have potato in it, all that stuff. So I think we'll just cover this up and let it do its thing, and we'll incorporate stuff as it comes along. And then resume the process wherever it is after. But this will start doing something. I don't know. They can't all be perfect. I knew I was missing something. I was going to do this like 3 weeks ago, but I wasn't feeling well, so we didn't end up streaming. So, kind of revisiting something from a little bit ago. Now that that's mellowed a little bit, pretty good. This will probably return. I'm not sure that these will exactly. All right. And then there's ranch. Just going to mix some ranch. Everybody like ranch. One thing to check. I know we have some dill in here, which is part of making ranch, is using dill. I just want to make sure the dill is still dillable. Yeah. Yeah, that should be pretty alright. Looks fine enough. It's a couple weeks ago, but looks good to me. There's a couple fronds that aren't as vivacious. We can, oh, it's mainly that one. Okay, great. Perfect. Just pull that off. That's perfect. This one got bent. Let's leave this over here, but we'll grab this amount of dill. Still very nice looking. Make your own ranch. Buttermilk Ranch. Let's see. You need like mayonnaise, garlic, onion, dill, black pepper, salt, parsley. Nah, whatevs. Okay, let's see. Buttermilk, mayonnaise. All right. Just gonna add equal parts buttermilk and mayonnaise. That's what it said. It's all good. We're feeling it out. I'm pretty sure I made ranch before. It's been a little bit. And then we want dried onion and dried garlic. I think we have parsley. Is this parsley? This is dried parsley. But we got fresh dill. And we get black pepper, pepper. Ooh, let's add a little MSG too. I think that'd probably be good. MSG. That's garlic. I know we got onion powder, granulated onion. Onion. Bunch of onion. Bunch of garlic. Yeah. Sorry, they look kind of similar. Just making sure I wasn't adding the other one. Because then it'd be double garlic, no onion. Where's the fun in that? Maybe I should grab a fork. Maybe a little bit better of a little whiskey sort of guy. Or maybe I should use a fucking whisk. God, I'm such an idiot. I literally have a whisk right here. salt. Just gonna add like a pinch of salt. A little more. Some of this dry parsley and our dill. I don't really care for parsley, and the same probably goes for dry parsley, so we're not going to add a whole lot. Probably just to fleck it with some color in addition to the dill. Black pepper. Like mine kind of heavy on the black pepper, I'm going to be honest. Back to Knife Town. You know what? Let's just do the stem and all. MSG. That's pretty good. If I have one critique, it's not garlic-y enough for me. I'd like a little more garlic. I'm going to add a little more of this, but I'm also going to add a little bit of fresh garlic to it. And I think I could use a little bit more acidic bite. It tastes like buttermilk for sure. Very like buttermilk. But I kind of wish it was a little tangier, zippier. So I'm also going to add a little bit of red wine vinegar. Just a skosh. Back to the skosh word. Okay. Whoop. teeny weeny garlics. Asking for more garlic as well. Okay, well, never mind. That's not gonna happen. It's all good. We've got a lot of chili stuff anyway, so it's all good. It would just be like a little bit for the slaw, but we've got enough here. They're just a lot of small ones, which is fine. So I leave the small ones in there because I don't have enough patience. But when you need the garlic, you have enough patience. You know what I mean? So that's fine. And producer has returned with butter. Wonderful producer. Doing what it takes to keep this stream alive.
And sales, it's 2 for $7.
Cool.
I should have put.
Awesome. We have butter. I am struggling.
Yes, I just got your text when I got back.
That's fine. It's all right. You asked, and I said no. We don't need a lot of garlic because we already have like regular garlic or dried garlic in it. And then maybe a little bit of garlic in the slaw. That's fine. Be honest, man. We honestly might just end up doubling up on the jalapeno, pickled jalapeno brine for the slaw. Try to play into that. I promise this is going to be good. Just patience. That is all that is required. Patience and, I don't know, fortitude, steadfastness. Steadfastness. There we go. We need more steadfastness. I like the spicy mango. I'm wondering if we can take that another direction, though. I'm not sure if that... We'll try another one with the other Amaro. The Campari. But I feel like it's not living up as much as we would like it to. The... whatchamacallit? The Cynar. That's fine. It's just coming through as like... I'm not getting any Cynar flavor. I'm just getting like this like nondescript bitter undercurrent. It almost tastes like there's like pith in it. I've had good stuff with Cynar in it before. That's why I have Cynar. So I wouldn't jump to it if I didn't think it would be good, but it's all good. We chilling. A little bit of garlic. salt. That's pretty good. Would you like to try? Buttermilk Ranch. Pretty decent. More black pepper. Good amount of black pepper. Anything?
No, I think it's good.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Is everything good about it?
I know what you mean. I don't know what it is though.
I watched a video about it, and you need what?
More acid?
More acid? That's what I was thinking. I mean, I've added a little bit of vinegar a couple times. It tastes heavily of buttermilk, right? You can taste the
Yeah,
buttermilk.
at the end it goes flat.
It does go flat.
It's like a strong flat. It's kind of intense.
Well, that's what it is. It's a little better with a little more acid, but I think any more than that, it's going to start to dominate the flavor of it more. And it will decidedly be not ranch. I've also heard that you need it to sit and rehydrate a lot of the, right, you got a lot of granulated garlic and granulated onion in there. It needs to rehydrate, so. That thing. 75 grams butter, melted. Okay, so not quite a full. It's fine. 75, 95. What was that? 75 to 82. That's fine. All right. Butter. We have butter. God, this refrigerator is such a fucking mess right now. All right. We want melted butter, not hot butter. Those were the instructions. I'm going to toss the rest of this dill. It has seen better days. Some of it could be usable, but we definitely have enough for what we need it for. All right. That's well incorporated. So waiting on our baked potato. My apologies. You know, normally I cook for quite a while before I take a break, but everything seems to be in a nice steady state right now. And I've got to go to the bathroom. So I think I'm going to take a break here for 5 or 10. And I will be back for the long haul. Oh. Thank you for your patience. Things are still going, moving along here. Let us get a little. Do we have a hot pad? I don't know where they all went. They all up and left. It's alright. We'll make do. Oh, this one's over here. For whatever reason. It's got a little grabby. I'm just trying to. Potatoes almost done. So maybe give it 15 more minutes. In the meantime, I think we're about ready to get our triple cooked fries going, or chippy chips, as they say across the pond. Got a couple bags of potatoes here. Just go through these. Get another container. We can use here. Oh yeah, we got some growth on here. We're gonna huck that. It's all right. Some of these potatoes are a little old. That's fine. I'll be all right. Let's do all of these. I'll do the rest of the other ones on Saturday. We're going to peel these, and then we're going to cut them into big wedges, or big pieces. Basically, we're going to accept a decent amount of loss, because the first part of this, we're going to need to boil them until they're almost falling apart, because then the falling apartness ends up becoming all the crags and, like, bits that you want, right? Which necessitates that you end up losing a fair amount of each potato. So we're going to probably lose like 20% of whatever we get out of the thing. That's right. This guy. Peel the potato. I'm going to peel more. I don't know why I forgot about that. Just going to get these all nice and peeled. So this is going to be more of a, like a steak fry, I guess that's what they call. Not a frite, but like a chip, right? A chippy chip, or whatever. I believe the triple cooked fry was originally popularized by the fat duck. This potato's not looking too hot. That's all right. We'll do what we can with it. ground. Gotta get some water. Excuse me. All right. Now time to go through these guys. Try to get some good chips out of this. These are going to be pretty coarsely cut. We'll see. I mean, maybe even like this big. Yeah. Yeah. I think we're only going to get 4 out of each one of these. That's fine. We got a lot of potatoes. Yeah, these will be good. Those will be good. For sure. This one's a bit off. Get 2 fat chunks out of that. I feel like that's still too. I don't even know, man. It's my first time trying this kind of French fry chip, if you may. All right, and then we're gonna want to rinse these out. All right, it's good. Good. Let's turn up some heat. some water boiling. And we'll boil these fuckers. Yeah? And our potatoes probably done. Almost certainly. I'd say so. Okay. There we go. Potato. Just need that to come to a little more room temp. And then our last piece of this is going to be a slaw. We've got, cabbage, as always. I will say over the last year, or almost a year, I guess it's been 8 months of doing this almost every week. Cabbage is my new favorite, most favorite thing. It's so versatile and tastes very good in every capacity. You can grill it, you can pickle it, you can ferment it, you can braise it, you can do whatever you want with it. Steam it, fucking putting them in a stew, whatever the fucking Bilbo thing is, but that was for potatoes. Lord of the Rings, Mr. Frodo. Oh yeah, we gotta add some salt too. Get that over with. All right, while this is cooling off, and this is coming to a boil, and everything's kind of doing what it's doing, I'm going to try to re-kit this a little more. And we're going to try and swap out the Cynar, for Campari. And let's see how that works. Bit of a different bitter profile. So we'll see. We'll see how it goes. So I feel like we're close to something that's really tasty. And then I'll save this for with the slaw. I know I'm going to need some of that. And I'm going to reuse my ice, 'cause I'm the only one drinking here. We don't. Yeah, we're holding off on that. this with that knife. I'll get a different one here for citrus. This needs to be used. We're just going to juice both these. Okay. Let me replenish with a little more ice. Okay. I'm going to go back to the drawing board a little bit. I think we said more like half an ounce of this spicy stuff. That's like half an ounce. If that's the case, I'm going to do a full 1/2 ounce. Right, this is right. Yeah. Of our reposado. And we're going to do more like an ounce of our guava. Let's use the bigger hand. And more like an ounce of our lime. Three-quarters of our chung. And 3/4 of Campari. And salt. Add a little more. All right. Move everything back here. Get a little more guava out of it, a little less, volatile heat. It's supposed to be a guava cocktail after all. Okay. Yeah. Very good. All right. Whew. And this is no longer burning hot. We're going to mix all this potato in. I think it's at 75 grams. Or how much? Gah. It said dun, 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 dun. 150 grams of baked potato. I hope this is 150 grams. It probably is. All the potato off of this. Come on, potato. Work with me. All right. That's our potato. And then we're just going to work this a lot for a long time. And we're going to end up using the spider quite a bit tonight. Here and in the fryer, everywhere. This is going to be probably the most used utensil after right now. Now, it's fine. We just want a light boil. Technically, you're supposed to rice the potato. And I feel some little bits of potato, but I think most of it is pretty well unmashed. And he said he did it in the stand mixer for a really long time, so we're just going to do this until we get real sick and tired of it. we're also gonna, here, I'm gonna leave the oven open. Move this over here. I want the oven to come down to temp, so that way we can put it on the proofing mode and get this in there on a proof. It'll help this thing speed along. Finding any bits of potato. I probably should have mashed it a little bit. It's whatevs. It'll all get in there. Idea. Right, because I gotta mash this. Or knead it. You mash a potato, you knead a dough. Let's grab a little. Not normally one for straws, but straw. Fuck yeah. Guava-y, pepper-y, a little bitter backbone. Hold it all down. It's pretty good. I'm digging it. Try to switch to one hand so we got a free hand to do actions. Your forearms. Oh, hey. Clark Kent cooking today. Yeah, just 2 days after the release of the trailer, Mighty Superman was sighted cooking. How's it going? Funny. Sorry, I missed that. Things are going well. I made a riff. Sorry, it's kind of hidden here by the rice cooker and everything. I made a riff on a margarita here. We got this awesome guava juice that I found at the store that's got the pulp in it and everything. So it's very autentico. And I made I've got some spicy tequila. So I made a margarita out of it. A little Campari to add some bitterness. Very nice. We're in our first cook of some triple cooked fries. So we're doing like a fat duck style, like chippy chip, big thick fuckers that are boiling the first time. They're gonna go in the freezer, and then they're gonna go in the fryer. We're gonna fry them in the wok. I got some peanut oil the first time, and then we're gonna fry them a second time at a higher temp. And so that's part of it. And then I've got some chicken thighs, boneless chicken or deboned chicken thighs. They came with the bones. I deboned them. and they're marinating in some buttermilk mixed with I had some leftover brine from some pickled jalapenos. So I mixed those together and a little bit of Cholula wing sauce. So that's marinating, and we're gonna do a hot chicken sandwich. And then I'm making some buns right now. So we're gonna do buns, hot chicken, triple cooked fries. I already made some ranch earlier, and then I have to make a slaw. I'm gonna make like a kind of zesty, zingy sort of slaw, and that'll all be one whole deal, one whole meal deal. So yeah, there's a lot. But things are basically things are doing what they need to be doing, and the only active component that I'm missing that requires my input right now that I can't do is the coleslaw until we get this proofing. But this is starting to get pretty well needed, so I don't know. Yeah, I like to do like so I do I'm sorry, I don't recognize your username. Um, but yeah, if you're new here, if you're not, my apologies. Um, Still trying to get this all figured out. Yeah, I like to do like basically dinner party style stuff. And for the most part, I do things that are easy to reheat. You've been following for a little while. Okay, I'm sorry. My apologies. Yeah, well, we don't have Dungeons and Dragons until Saturday this week. So, but it is the week where I need to make something that's halal. So, hot chicken sandwich is halal. So we can do hot chicken sandwich. So that's where we're at with all this stuff. But yeah, good stuff. The guava juice is very good. I'm in the Pacific Northwest. I don't know if you have Wincos where you're at, if you're in the United States, and if you're not, probably not. But we just found these juices. There was all of them are very good, very high quality, and it is like $1.88 for that tall boy. And they've got mango, guava, and soursop. So we are enjoying it. I spent some time in South America, a lot of time in Peru, and some time in Colombia and Chile, and we definitely miss the fruit a lot. It's hard to come by, so to get good juice is wonderful. All right. Okay, I think this is good. This is still plenty hot. Yeah, we're getting there. Okay, we'll just leave that open. And then I want to stir this around and make sure these start to cook evenly. By the way, if you have any suggestions for food, I'm always wanting to know what people want to see me make. I'm all down to make whatever people want. There was a group of people a while ago, and they kind of rallied around this Ecuadorian fish soup. So we made encebollado, and it was very good. And it had like you crush up plantain chips over the top of it and stuff. It was really interesting. So any kind of food stuffs you're interested in, I'm all ears. And yeah, if it's something I haven't heard of before, I'll be more likely to try and make it because This is an exploration in food stuff. Okay, that's not gonna melt. Let's just keep that in there with the thing off. Yeah. Here. I need to figure out if I can fit. Because we need to put these in the freezer every time we're done with them. Let's see if we... Oh, yeah. Yeah, okay, that fits. Great. Perfect. All right, let's check out... This recipe makes 12, not 6. I'm making a lot of stuff, aren't I? Okay, great. Sure. Whatevs. Yeah, I don't know why, but that Campari worked better than the Cynar. Kind of an interesting gambit. Here, I'll pull out a little bit of each. Maybe it's because I don't know. Right. Why did the Campari work and the Cynar did not? An investigation, an inquiry, while we're stirring potatoes. I also have Fernet Branca, but that would definitely not fly over because Fernet is a lot more on the minty side of the herbalness, and mint and guava doesn't exactly sound like I can fuck with like mint and lime like a lot. I like mint quite a bit, but for whatever reason, mint and guava sounds like a bit of a stretch. With spicy mint and guava, ugh, I don't know. So it's like sugary, it's bitter. I know it sounds bad to say, almost bitter like a cough syrup, but so kind of medicinal. Maybe is a better word. Whereas this feels like I mean, they almost taste. They taste similar. This one tastes a little more like root beer-y, but they're both very medicinal, right? These are both aperitifs, I believe. If not, the Cynar is definitely an aperitif, and the Campari is in some other realm. Yeah, they're both Amaros, right? bitter herbal guys. I just don't. Maybe it was the extra spicy. You know what? We'll go back and we'll do the chinar on the next round with the reduced and kind of the better proportions, and we'll see. Because I like this. And I like that. I don't know. The proofs aren't very different either, right? Chinar is sitting at 16 and a half, which really makes me question whether this can be stored at room temp. But for whatever reason, I think it can. Because I've had this bottle open for like a month, and I'm detecting no oxidation, which is odd, because you would expect something under 20% to experience a bit of oxidation. Ooh, put it in your Coca-Cola. That's kind of interesting. And then, yeah, the Campari's 24%. So there's not a major difference. It's not like one's like a liqueur and the other is a fucking liquor, right? Those could be very different beasts. They look different, but in many ways they're very much the same. See, we're starting to get like these like craggy bits on the ends of the potatoes. That's what we want. We want a shitload of microfissure, right? That microfissure is going to help us. Right. When you fry things, the the gas, the water, right, turns to steam and escapes, boring tunnels through things, which is what gives all that crunch. You're basically eating like a organic pumice, right? Pumice is the volcanic foam. It's like a foam that's solidified, right? That's what the crust on a fry is, or on anything fried, right? Breaded and fried. Um, and so by doing this, we are making so many more holes to you know, acclimate the potato to being a pumicey guy, right? All these microfissures and cracks will become the pumice, right? And so we do this to get microfissures. We do the first fry, I think, to make it set better. And then the second fry is what like really gets it going, right? Because when we pull these out, they're going to be really delicate, and I'm going to need to try my hardest not to break them. Right, so if I put that in a rip-roaring thing, they'd all fall apart. So basically we do this, and then we like blanch them in oil. I guess they called it a blanch or a confit, but it's not. I mean, you're at 280 the first time and then like 350 the second. I don't know. Frying things isn't exactly my forte. And neither is baking, so that's why I'm trying to do more of them. So I'm trying to figure out what's up. And I think after that gets done and goes in the fridge or the freezer, I think we should make the coleslaw and deal with our dough. I think we need to do something in probably 20 minutes here, 30 minutes. Yeah. And then we can, yeah, it's all good. A lot of stuff, moving parts, all that. All right, I don't think we're so arduously dealing with dough anymore. Let's try our retooled recipe for this margarita, but with Cynar again instead of our Campari. Doing a little A/B testing. These are almost done. They're starting to... Actually, I'm going to turn the heat down a little bit. Cool. Yes, we are doing everything with the one jug. All right. So, if I recall, it was about half an ounce of our spicy tequila. Three-quarters of an ounce of our mango pineapple chung. And then most of the rest of it, oh, that's right. And then our Cynar, and then most of the rest of it uses the other side. We'll use three-quarters of an ounce of our Cynar, aperitivo. It's flavored with artichoke, actually. Okay. And then we're going to do a full 1.5 ounce of our Cimarron Reposado. We're going to do about an ounce of our guava juice here. And then we're going to do about an ounce. We need more than that. We need lime. All right. About an ounce. And then our saline solution. So the re-kitted Riff with Cynar. I'm trying to be careful with the ice cube, I can like let it out gently. Something could be helpful for someone else. Okay, I think it was the proportions. I like this a lot. And I think this succeeds better than the Campari for a couple of reasons, because it's a little less syrupy. We're gonna try our best to get these guys out of here. It's a little less syrupy in a way that I think plays well. Because there's something about the like Negroni-ness of Campari where it's like, yeah, man, I want this like stirred, fucking heavy guy. Whereas the Cynar is a bit lighter on the palate, and is just tinging the flavors, adding a bit more. Right, we've got the spice and the fruitiness of that tequila and all that stuff. We've got a lot of sweet and bright things. And you need a bit of a downward kern. And instead of using something like a bitter, I think the Cynar achieves a lot of that. Right. So we might be able to get away with like Angostura bitters, helping out in some way. But, well, in the same way. Right. But I like the Cynar. It's doing a good job. See, that's why my first instinct went to that. I just used too much of that spicy stuff, and I had the proportions off a little bit. You got to live and learn. And apparently all these little craggy bits, all these teeny guys, we want to make sure to save those and fry them along. Try to shepherd as much of that along as we can, because that's supposedly the best stuff. We're going to turn off the heat here. Oh, being an idiot. What else is new? Just a little bit of water. It's all good. Okay, I think we've got this pretty well and cleared. Now it's time to ruin everything in my freezer by putting some hot, steamy potatoes in it. Whatever. All right. Into the freezer with these boiled potato shards. All right. Cool. Yeah. Crushable. Really nice and yeah, good. That's not what we wanted. Peanut oil for our operations going forward. We're going to be frying quite a bit of stuff. Trying to get it to where I remember it being. when we did the, yeah, that's about where I thought, maybe a little more. All right. Should be good to fry. And we're gonna, first though, we're gonna make our slaw. So back to the mandolin. Try not to cut off your fingers while you play the mandolin. Let's see, do we want more? No. I think we're good for now. Okay. And I think we're gonna grab the big guy. And then we'll downsize to a smaller guy because we're gonna need this again for other things. All right. We got our cabbage. So do we have any more carrot, or did I use all the carrot? Might have used all the carrot. Oh no, we got a couple. Perfect. There's a couple couples. That's fine. Slaw time. Time for slaw. Whoop. Let's start with the green, and I think we're going to use about a whole head. So we'll... You know what, we can save this for the other half of the other head. I want to start fermenting with cabbage more. I never made any sauerkraut or anything, but I did make a curtido with the last week for the carne asada. So curtido is like an Salvadorian fermented or like pickled sort of salad thing. And I made it when I made pupusas, but I did it pickled, and then this last time I did it fermented, which is why I couldn't really do it on stream, because it required 3 days and I needed it by a Saturday, so I did it on Wednesday instead of Thursday. But no, it's tasty. All that stuff's really tasty. cabbage. Yeah, I like that. That's where I like it. That's the cocktail. Spicy guava bitter margarita. I don't know what to call it, but maybe that. Flappy bit though. All right. Nice. This one's a little taller, so it can be less wide, more tall. I think it's more ergonomic for this. Okay. Sorry. A lot of stuff. So, got an idea for how to do up this slaw. I have a bunch of stuff left over from the carne asada. Some of that is a bunch of pickled red onions, which I think would go really well in this. So we're gonna repurpose the rest of those pickled onions into this slaw and see what we can get out of it. Let's get all this. It's pretty good. What was I gonna... I do not recall exactly what I was gonna do. Sorry I'm so sniffly. Spicy drinks. God damn. Alright. Let's see. Chicken, probably about getting that around that time. Got some bay leaves I had in here. Huck everything in. Brum, brum. Sans bay leaves. There's some serrano in here as well. Like one of these. Where you just grab shit and fucking. Gah. We also wanted to add carrot. That's right. So I wanted to mandolin some carrot here. Just a little preliminary, see if we're headed in the right direction. I think we probably are. But, yeah. just going to clean this out. Up next, I think it needs a little bit of like brown sugar. Definitely needs salt. All right, we're gonna do up a couple carrots, and then we'll get to 10 o'clock. We're done with this. Ooh, proofing like a motherfucker. this a little cracked. I think I should add some carrots to this and a pepper. And I think that would add basically everything we need. I'm gonna just do 2 carrots. And then that should be it for the slaw. We can transfer it into another container, move on, try to get our fry going, and carry on. Back to That's probably good. Just to add some color and texture. Ah. think we are done with the mandolin. Let's grab a jalapeno. A nice stout one. Some good corking. Corking is the name for the term when there's the little ridges, the little lines, right? Basically what happens is the pepper grows to a point where the insides mature, but then it keeps growing and it basically grows beyond the point it anticipated to. And so you get these little micro splits, right? If you've ever seen like a tomato split when you water it too much, this is like that on a micro scale, much smaller scale, and it's able to like overcome it and re-knit the scars. Whereas when a tomato splits, you know, it's basically done for, right? But right before a tomato splits is probably when it's about its best, right? So because these can knit, right, that corking means it's in a good shape. It will do all the pepper things you would like it to. I don't know. So many peppers you get at the store, they're just like duds. So it's good to know how to pick out a good one. Yeah, and I'm smelling it. Very fruity, very peppery. You know, we got a lot of flavor coming in through the air already. I'm gonna add a little bit of Mexican oregano and some thyme. I think that's really gonna pop it in a nice way. That's epazote. There we go. Just a little bit, right? Probably some black pepper too. Thyme. black pepper. Probably a little more salt. This is gonna go really good on the fucking sandwich. I just know it. Good. Yummy, even. Okay, the potatoes are cool. I'm gonna transfer this to something. Been having a couple cocktails. I would like to go to the restroom again. I just need to go for a couple secs. So, just waiting on producer. 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 Might I go to the restroom with your help? Okay. I'll be back in a minute. I swear. Oh, All right. Had to go to the bathroom. Took out the compost. Had a taste test. And forgot to add a little bit of MSG. Dynamite. Perfect. You know what? I'm just going to pour this out. And we'll just put the slaw in here. How about that? Works for me. And then we'll wash this again because at some point we need to bloom some spices in the cooking oil and then douse the chicken in it. And that's the hot chicken portion, right? Hmm. Guess we'll save this portion for Saturday and the rest will be eaten today, tonight. Let's just toss that in a quart jar. I think we can get that in a quart jar. And then I'll just be tonight's the fuck in there. Get in there. Oh, hey, what's up? We're making hot chicken. Long time no see. I missed you, buddy. So I got some chicken that I'm marinating in buttermilk. Been busy with schoolwork. Yeah, probably. I know we catch you in the morning. I guess it's the afternoon now. Sorry, I'm not super good with my time zones. I know we catch you in the morning, but happy to hear from you. Yeah, so we just made some slaw. This is part of it. And I'm making some buns. And then we've got the chicken, and then I'm making some French fries, triple cooked fries. And then what else? Ranch. I made homemade peppercorn buttermilk ranch. Yeah, so we're doing kind of a... I put hot chicken instead of Nashville hot chicken because I thought I would take some liberties. And Nashville hot chicken is a bit more of a regimented... Yeah, everything. We're making everything. Wow. Whoa, something fell. Oh, there it is. All right. Okay. Cool. That can go over here for now. We'll grab it for another time. I swears. We'll clean it. Yeah, and then I've been playing around. I got some a thing at a store where I got some really good producer is around. Producer's here. I got a thing from a store. We got some really great guava juice that I've managed to find. And so we're making cocktails with guava. Hello, good ma'am. Yeah. So, I know you probably don't come by a lot of tequila, but we're making margarita variations. So I kind of landed on one already that I like. Here, I'll make another one right now. We're about that time. And I'm clearing the space because we're going to start frying some things up. So, dude, I've got something to tell you. Y'all that pick y'all interested. Okay, yeah. I think it would be pique your interest. Maybe autocorrect, but yes. Sorry. Please. My interest is piqued. I also have something else of interest after you share. I've been playing D&D with ChatGPT because I have no friends. Okay, cool. I know there's that I haven't played with ChatGPT, but I know there's a thing you can do that's called it's called Dungeon AI. There's a gaming YouTuber I watch called Oni Plays, and he played a thing called Dungeon AI. It'd been kind of fun. Yeah. I will say the AI has a hard time with object permanence. But other than that, does it hang on to your stuff? Like when you suggest something, does it tell me more about this Dungeon AI? It was just a fun. I mean, they haven't played it for a while. No, it's kind of wonky. Yeah, exactly. The Dungeon AI is also kind of wonky. But I think it's trained more on people trying to give it things. And so you can actually use it a little better, maybe. If you just look up Oni, it might be better. I think it might be because it trains off of people's stuff, right? So it's more trained towards that. Yeah, I haven't played it myself. I just watched a guy play it on a thing. Okay, these are cool. These are very cool. In fact, cool. Cool. right, bet. So I just Google Dungeon AI and I will get here. Let me Google it then. It was like a thing on Oni Plays. Dungeon AI. Yeah, yeah. Play.ai dungeon. Yeah, try that. That should help you. Yeah. Oh, it looks like they've done a lot of updates. All right, so from around. Okay, you and divide into 12 pieces on parchment. Let them proof for an hour. Okay. Yeah. Oh, sorry. Buns. I got a buns recipe I'm working on. Yeah, man. Like you should. Did you look it up? AI Dungeon or Dungeon AI? Play dot Dungeon AI. Sorry, I just put Dungeon AI. Play.aidungeon.com. Yeah, and then you can do like fantasy, superhero, modern fantasy, science fiction, cyberpunk, post-apocalyptic, custom. Yeah, it's right there. All right, this is pretty well. Okay, I'm gonna need to try and shit. Okay, too many things. Googling, frying, baking, trying. We want a temperature thermometer. Okay, cool. Yeah. That might be helpful. God damn fucking temperature thermometer. Do you know where any of the thermometers are?
No, it's just one by the microwave.
They all up and disappeared. There is one by the microwave. Perfect.
See, I always put them in the utensil drawer, and then I haven't seen them in there since.
Yeah. I look in there and I also look in the other one. Would you like to add detail? Would you like that? Yeah, oh yes. Yes, please. What's been going on? I would like to know details. Yes, sir. Oh yeah, that's chicken.
You should scooch the thermometer too.
Okay, great.
Too close.
Everything is too close. All right, I just need to start dividing these up. What we're gonna do, I think we're gonna divide it in half, and we're just gonna put half of it in the refrigerator. I only wanted 6. I didn't want 12. Fuck. So we're just gonna go down the middle. Alright, that's 6. We'll figure it out. Huck this in the fucking... Yeah, what's been going on in your campaign, man? You've got me very teased right now. I'm like, what's going on? Well, I hope to hear. If not, then maybe not. We're chilling. Yeah. Okay. It's all good. Things come up. I'm trying to fry stuff and make buns and huns and... Trying to get the oil up to 10. Okay, level 5 Ranger, Elf, Chaotic Good, traveling with a level 5 Paladin, Half-Elf, Lawful Good, named Archieli, and a level 5 Bard Human, Neutral Good, named Kaylin. And okay, cool, wow. For real, like for real D&D. Damn. That's cool. Very cool. Our first campaign, we fought a drake with 3 cultists. One of them escaped. Okay. Yeah, man. This is cool. I didn't know you could play D&D by yourself like that. Like full on. For real. Damn. You don't have any friends you could play with? I bet you could get him into it. Second campaign, we made friends with a Moonfang wolf. That's that's awesome. So cool. Now we have a whistle made of wood to summon the Moonfang wolf when we need him. Alright? Yeah, man. Nah, D&D is small in Singapore. But you don't have any people you study with or anything? Any buddies or anything? I bet you could get it going. and you can just run a module. So they have like pre-made stuff that you can play. Like the Mines of Phandelver is like the typical the pre-made like the module. Be fun. I'm really impressed that you can play D&D. Uh, I just I For me D&D, right? Like I make food for people. Like D&D is something that's very social for me. And so it's a little unfamiliar as in this form. I will say. That doesn't mean it's wrong or it's right. You know, however you can play D&D is definitely a niche interest, and I'm a 1 year program, so it's a short time to create. Okay. Well, if you find any friends or anything like that, there are resources for you to like put together a group. There's a lot of stuff like that, right? Most of it ends up being logistics anyway, trying to get a group together. Um, but I highly recommend it. If you want to play, playing with people is it's the best. It's really fun. Sorry, don't mean to like rub it in or anything. Just I'm sure there are parties online that I can find, but I'm socially awkward to find people too. But I get it. There are things online if you don't want to do it in person. My buddy who's the DM, one of his groups is online now. He's got a new group that he's doing, and yeah, they're just an online group, and they have yeah they're doing a bunch of like fun crazy shit. Part of it, I mean, because it's like it's improv. It is meant to be a social game, right? It's improvisational, right? And so a lot of the fun is hanging out with your friends, and they come up with some dumb shit to match your dumb shit, and you guys all try to out dumb each other and make your guys look as as dumb as possible. It's just like a funny story that you guys all tell together. You know what I mean? Okay. Buns. Buns in the oven. And then we will. Yeah, but if I got sick of AI, probably find a Discord server. Yeah. No. Online is better than nothing. AI is also better than nothing. Do we have any towels I could damp to cover up the buns in the oven?
Yeah, there's a pile right here on the couch.
Oh, perfect. Thank you. All right. Let's see how that turns out. The part where I put the thing over the top of it is always where things get fucked up. The towel thing always ends up screwing me. Um, yeah, I love doing dumb shit. Yeah. That's why Chaotic Good is my favorite alignment. I've been kissing and flirting with all my NPCs and doing interpretive dance instead of full out battle. Exactly. Imagine if you had friends to do that with, and you could do dumb interpretive dances or like trick people, especially when you have a bard in your party like that. You can like. I remember I played a bard one time a long time ago, in like a small little thing we were trying to do, and yeah, there was like this gate we weren't allowed through, and they're like, nobody's allowed through the gate. And I was like, well, good for us, because we're nobody. And then it just like passed the deception check. And they're like, okay, nobody, welcome through. And like just all this dumb stuff. It's like so fucking funny. It's so much fun. It's just a funny, fun time that you have with your friends. Get a little bit of rice wine. What kind of alcohol do you guys do in Singapore? Forgive me if I've already asked. Get a pizza, get some beers, get some buddies that you can joke with. Get some people you've joked with or can joke with. We're looking for 280 for about 8 minutes. We're at like 260. I'm going to get another one of my margaritas going. There is a part in our campaign. I told my party to do the HSM, the All in This Together High School Musical dance, and I got a nat 20, and the Drake was amused. Yeah. No, for sure, yeah. See, you're totally on board. You're headed in the right direction. You just need to get some other goofy motherfuckers in your entourage. Drinks, yes. I don't know what social drinking customs there are in Singapore. I kind of think I know what there is. And there's like a lot of rice wine and beer. Depends with the groups, yeah. Well, if you got some compatriots or some drinking buddies or people who are willing to, you know, make a good long joke or something, that'll take you far, man. Some people just like beer. Older adults like soju with the peers. Yeah. Okay, we're at 280. The clubber in GRPG will like their hard liquor like vodka, but personally, I like whiskey. Huh. Or GRP. Huh. Okay. Well, I don't know. Get some stuff together that a group of your peers would like. Get a little food and drink, and Put something together. Are board games a thing in Singapore? Do people like to play board games at all? Oh shit. Just finished my Jack like in March, but I've been waiting to get out. Yeah, yeah. Out to get a new bottle. Sure, man. Yeah, get a little something together. There are people that like tabletop game. Yes, those are the people. But not a lot of people are into like D&D. Well, what do they play? Is it like Catan? Do you guys play a lot of Catan? They like basic games. We'll find someone who likes the board game and likes to make a joke. If you can find someone who likes the board game and likes to make a joke, and they like to drink alcohol, whoa, man, you're already there. Nah, Catan is not big. Yeah. Sorry. We kind of basic with Monopoly in life. Oh, shit. Ruh-roh. That is pretty basic. um, Well, if there's anybody who likes to play Monopoly in life, see if they like to make a joke. I don't know. That's literally, I mean, are you familiar with like improv? Have you ever seen like Whose Line Is It Anyway? If you are lucky, you can see a clue. Okay. Cluedo. The TV show. Yes, yes. Whose Line Is It Anyway? It's an improv TV show. Dude, I love that TV show. Whose Line Is It? Yeah. Okay. Do you have any friends who like that TV show? Yeah, the old guy. Yeah, the two old guys are really funny. If you have some friends who like that show and they like board games, try to convince them it's like both of those things put together. You guys get to play Whose Line Is It Anyway? But but you're a wizard. Oh, you know what I mean? It's improv, right? I think you might be able to get a group together. You just gotta sell it, right? I love things not to do in the hospital. The scene is good. Yeah. For sure. Right, though? It's a really good show, right? If you got any friends who really like that show, All right. First fry. Starting. We'll pull these out and we'll move to our next. Right, so we don't want a ton of color. We just want to get it to set. Right, so all these craggy bits and stuff can be, you know, not exploded when they get blasted in the gravity chamber. Dealer. Are we still in bond? Yes, we are. Hey, I'm gonna need to help my mom with some errand. Yeah, that's all good. Thanks for coming. It's good to hear from you. Did I add any mango to this? I don't think I even did. Dummy. There we go. There we go. Guava. Did I say mango? Oh, my apologies. Guava. Too many things. Trying to keep track of baking things and frying things and then make a drink. Too many things. All right, I'm going to go over some of this hot chicken stuff. We got to make a little dredge here. This is the perfect time to do that. God, that tastes so fucking good. Okay. And then after you fry, okay. All good. Reviewed. Hot chicken part reviewed. I'm actually going to just wipe this out. This had potato in it, but potato no longer. I'll need this for some dredge. Or rather, not dredge, the breading. Dredge is the wet bit, and it's covered in wet bit, so this will be for that. Let's see how our thighs are doing. Pretty good. We're getting all right. Smells very good. I'm excited. We're going to finish up this first fry, and then we're going to fry our chicken, and then we'll bring the fries back for another fry. Actually, if that's the case, we can put it, you don't need it on the wire rack necessarily. Yeah, there's something else we could put it in that's like, oh, we do have something else. Nearly every fucking time I want something that's like this, I forget that I have the thing that is exactly the thing I want. We're going to let the fries cool off on the rack, but after we're done with them, you know, doing stuff on the rack, we're going to put it back, and then we're going to put it in the freezer. Nothing. I just made my drink. I forgot to add guava, so I added the guava in after. It's very good. And then, yeah, we're frying up we're doing the first fry. And then after we're done with all of these, the fries are going to go in here and they're going to go back in the freezer to cool off again for the second fry. And then we're going to make a dredge and we're going to do our chicken. And then our chicken will cool off. We'll do our last fry for our fries. And then I'm going to take some of the hot oil and use it to bloom a bunch of spices, like a chili crisp. And then you cover the chicken in that. In like chili crisp, basically. So I made a margarita sort of variation. So I've got like tequila, and then this is tequila that has a bunch of peppers that I grew in it. And then I got some mango pineapple chung, and I used some chinar, which is like a aperitivo. It's an amaro. It's like bitter. So it adds bitterness. So we've got like a spicy component, fruity component, and bitter component. And then I use some of this guava juice. It's pretty good, yeah. I know you said you like whiskey. Do you drink it straight, or do you add ice, or do you make cocktails? I drink always. I take it always. Look at this little craggy piece. God, that's probably gonna be really good. I think we're just about ready with these. But yeah, so it's kind of this spicy, bitter, fruity margarita. I'm still trying to get used to the taste. Okay. Well, you can always make cocktails. I mean, you have access to fresh fruit, right? You're in Singapore. You've got wonderful access to fruit. Um, so, I mean, is there rum in Singapore? I'd imagine there's a lot of sugar cane, right? Or I guess soju, right? A lot of soju, right? Shochu. So that'd be rice. But do you have access to any rum? If you do, mixing rum with fruit is like, whoa. But I'll start off neat, then ice, then I mix with either Coke or Sprite. Okay. But yeah, we do have rum. Okay. Well, maybe you should try and get some shakers, right? A shaker will take you far, right? If you like whiskey, try whiskey sour. But if I don't drink Jack, I will drink soju. All good. Here, sorry, got the camera fixed. I drink so. Okay. Do people have shaken drinks in Singapore often? Because if you like whiskey, but you don't exactly are with the taste, you can always shake it with a little bit of lime and some simple syrup. Make yourself a little whiskey sour, right? Sours are wonderful. I think sours are. It's hard to beat a sour. Everybody likes a sour. Who likes alcohol? And the sour exists in all forms, right? So there's the whiskey sour, right? You've got rum sours have existed before the category of sour existed, right? So the rum sour is actually a daiquiri. You've got like lots of times the gin ends up getting lengthened with the quinine and stuff. Sometimes I will mix soju with Yakult. Yeah, we do have bars that do mixed drinks. Well, get yourself some shakers. They're not expensive and they last forever. And then, whenever you got some extra stuff or some fruit, honestly, all you need is something sour, some booze, something sweet, and something, different. Something spicy, something bitter, right? And you've got the makings of potentially a really good cocktail. I also drink straight most of the time when I'm not drinking socially. So when I'm not with my friends or when I'm doing this, if I'm drinking, it's probably just some whiskey in a glass, maybe with a rock. I don't mind the rock. I like it, honestly. I don't know. Something. I don't know. I view cocktails very similarly to how I view cooking, where it's like there's just such an open landscape to play with stuff. Yeah, I do have that internet in going into mixed drinks as a hobby, or interest into going mixed drinks as a hobby, but I collect records, as you know. So money is at now. Okay, okay, yeah. Okay, I get you. Yeah, you can only do one thing at a time. That's very fair. And that's a very sensible way to be. Like, I didn't start drinking coffee because I couldn't afford it until I was like 24. And then I started getting really into coffee, and now I have, an espresso machine. So it just took some time for me to like be able to afford things. Like, I literally drank like two. No, 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 no. Typo game is strong. All good. There is no shame. We are all fine. You're not big on coffee, yeah. Well, it was one of those things where in the United States, whenever you go somewhere for coffee, it's not like a black coffee or you take it with cream or you take it with sugar, right? I'm okay with a good coffee at my coffee shop. Exactly. In the United States, when you want a coffee, you go to like Starbucks or there's like Dutch Bros or Pete's or whatever. You go to these places and it's like they're like, I want, you ask for a coffee and they give you something and it's like some sugary tit that someone whispered the word coffee to. It is not a coffee, right? It's like 400 calories or whatever. It's like it's a milkshake. It's a dessert, right? And so it was one of those things where like I was trying to get fit in the gym and I was like not very well in college. I didn't have money, right? And it's like, what and why I'm gonna go buy milkshakes all day, right? And then I tried some instant coffee and it wasn't very good, right? And so I just chalked it up to we use Robusto coffee beans. Okay, yeah, those are a bit more in your face with the caffeine, um, and they can be a bit harsh. I understand. In our local coffee flavors, so I understand that there's Robusta and Arabica, right? And the Arabica tends to be a little milder, and you can get a little more flavor out of it. I believe Robusta ends up being used for, you know, it is the zin of coffee. If I recall, I don't know. Maybe that's just what I heard from people who grew the Arabica beans. I do love the in your face kind of coffee. Okay, yeah, man. No, it's all good. It's all good, right? There's a place for all of it, for real. And I probably, because I spent some time down in South America. Yeah, I got shit to do. Exactly. I spent some time down in South America, and we toured some coffee farms and stuff. And they talk about like, oh, this coffee better than this coffee. And in the back of my mind, I'm just like, is that just because you grow that kind of coffee? Is that why that's the best kind of coffee? Because it's the one that you sell? It is like a Singapore thing. We are too caught in our rat race, and we need the coffee to work fast. I feel you. I feel you. That's why I do the espresso. That's why we do espresso here. I get you. I had 2 espressos and a Coke today so far. While I spent 6 hours waiting in lines to renew my car's registration. That was a fucking bummer. These are almost done. But I have a classmate that are into coffee and they like the slow brew at a certain temp. Yeah, no way in hell do I have time for that. You know? I don't know. It's one of those things where you put ritual in it, right? And there's a sense to groundedness in the ritual, right? If the ritual is that you go to the coffee shop and you get the coffee right then and there and you do it that way, that's your ritual. For that person, their ritual is, taking the time with it. I know there is like, and I'm not trying to paint with a broad brush, but like, I did spend some time doing foreign exchange in Japan, and we went to a couple tea ceremonies, right? And when you're drinking matcha, right, you're eating the tea, right? It is all edible. And so there is a sense that, wow, this is pretty caffeinated, right? This is like very aggressive. Um, but there's a bunch of ritual baked into it, right? So whatever your ritual is, and it's good to find peace in whatever that ritual is. So if for you that's a coffee shop or whatever it is, then that's good. If someone else does a pour over or something like that, I did try their coffee, and I do agree that you're able to taste the different notes in the beans, and I can understand and appreciate the bean, but nah, I can't do that on the daily, for sure. Very understandable. For me, basically, this espresso machine needs to be turned on 20 minutes before. So it's turned on, and it heats up, and then it takes like a couple minutes for me to make a good cup of coffee. So yeah. Let's add a couple more. Okay, and then that'll be the last batch. I always order iced coffee so I don't have to wait for the coffee to cool off. Well, I mean, and that's understandable. In Singapore, right? Yeah, I chugged that shit down. It's hot, right? You're never Singapore is never cold, right? How low does the temp get in Singapore? I bet it doesn't get that low. Yeah, it's summer all around. Yeah, so iced coffee makes sense. You could do cold brew. Have you ever heard of cold brew? Okay, yeah. 2634C. Yeah. So, maybe some cold brew would be more your speed, right? Where you make a big batch and then you drink off the batch. But it's one of those things where you like set it and forget it. Do you like cold brew? Yeah, it's all right. Okay. Yes, Nashville hot I put hot chicken sandwich as opposed to Nashville hot chicken sandwich because I'm taking some liberties, and I'm not exactly doing it with hot honey on Texas toast. We've got some buns that I'm proofing right now in the oven. We've got buns in the oven, you know, and we're doing triple cook fries. So this is the second cook on these fries, and we got our chicken right here, and we're gonna make a little dredge or a little breading after this is done, and we're gonna do our fry on those. Yeah, papa. It's so funny wearing this shirt. I get so many Superman comments. Oh, I didn't even notice. I was just wearing this shirt today. I took some of these shirts with me when I went down to South America, and everyone was like, Superman, Superman. It's so funny. I get it. I've got brown eyes, though. I don't have blue eyes. So, call me Clark Kent, but with the K and the C switched around, right? I'm the Bizarro one. But not Bizarro like Bizarro, who's the Bizarro of Superman. I'm like the Bizarro of Clark Kent, but with the K and the C switch. Oh, you have seen the new DC trailer? I haven't. Married with Children made a joke about what the S stands for. Super cool? Is it suck? Suck man? Is it stupid? Because he's really dumb and he tries to punch his way out of all his problems? Sorry, I haven't seen the episode. I haven't really seen a lot of Married with Children, if I'm going to be honest. Because I'm busy frying up these fries. Let's make ourselves a little dredge here. Or, God, I keep saying dredge. It's not dredge, it's breading. The marinade is acting as the dredge. God. I keep saying it because I need to do it. Al was watching Superman and Kelly asked what the S stands for. He replied, straight, because you can never be too careful when changing in a phone booth. But I have a mate who is a movie nut, and he loves all kind of movies. He's been talking about it. Okay, maybe DC is coming back. That'd be cool if they came back. I've been seeing I've seen some of those movies, and they've been trying. For what it's worth, they've been trying. I'm going to again, right? That's why it's a hot chicken sandwich and not a Nashville hot chicken sandwich. I'm going to take some liberties. I'm going to put a little bit of gochugaru in the breading here. So this is Korean chili flake. It doesn't have a lot of spice. It's mostly like flavor, right? I'm going to do some salt. And pepper. All right. And that will be our breading for when we're done. And then let me pull some paprika, which we should use. There's chili powder. Might be a semi-viable can, but here we are. Cayenne. All right. Cayenne paprika. It's going to be most of our... Right, we got to bloom some stuff when we're done with this oil. What temp are we at? I haven't exactly been checking in all that much. Okay, yeah, we're like a little over 280. That's fine. Good chips take a while. It's dedication to the craft or whatever. Or being dumb and drinking, hanging out, making the thing. All right. Here's our last batch of second cook, first fry. It is those glasses. The only disguiser is glass. Those glasses are amazing. Are those chips or crisps chips? I think they're chips. French fries. But the video I got is from a restaurant called Fallow in London. So they would call them chips. So this is the second fry. You know, they're all craggy, right? You see all these like fissures, right? So now we can give these a real hard fry. Yeah, fries. Exactly. Terry Hatcher also poked fun at it by not recognizing any of the SNL cast members when she was hosting it. Okay. I'm gonna make another one of these fucking margaritas. I'm really digging these. If it's good to you, it's good for you. The cast members were all wearing glasses. Ah, okay. Who even are you? Go in with a little more of our replacement ice. Grab another lime. Make sure we stir from time to time. She kept asking each cast member who you are. Okay. Or who are you? Sorry, my apologies. Yeah, it's one of those things where like you didn't have to have levels of obfuscation until everyone established that level of obfuscation, and then you need to do like something else, right? Like take band names for example. Is there anyone alive today who isn't making some weird ass band name that's a response to some other band name or something? Right? It's like it's all kind of played itself out, right? Nobody can be like I'm the Eagles or I'm the Black Crow, you know what I mean? Like it's all like pretty well trodden ground, so you have to exist in the realm of obfuscation. So like Superman, it was like early on in TV, and I mean, who else did a disguise? I don't know, fucking Zorro, right? So you got Zorro, who is just a guy with a bandana, and it's like, well, Clark Kent can't wear a bandana, and Superman can't wear a bandana, so Clark Kent can wear glasses. Is that good enough? And everyone's like, yeah, that's good enough, you know. And that was the verdict, right? And we want about an ounce of lime juice. There we go, perfect. And salt. Mustn't forget salt. All right. I'm going to call it here. This is the last one before the last one. Probably not a good idea to be drinking copious amounts of alcohol while frying food. Clark Kent don't need glasses, right? It's just to hide his face. Yeah. But he can't wear a bandana and work in a fucking newspaper in Metropolis. So he needs some sort of obfuscation, right? All right. These are getting pretty close. I'm going to take these and put them all. Ow. Good idea to burn your hand with the thing you just stuck in the frying vat of hot oil. Here. There's a smarter way to do this, I'm sure. You know what? I'm also going to take this and try to get some of the craggy bits. We want all the craggy bits. Get in there, craggy bits. Become little fry bits. You win some, you lose some. We also need to do an egg wash for our buns. Eat got none unless you got buns, huh? All right. Check it out. Not even a lot of dough came off, so that's actually pretty good. And we push it, and it's supposed to come back at us. That's basically what's happening. It's all good. Whatever. This looks like a pretty good bun in the making, right? A bun in the oven. Whoa. So we're going to pull all these out. God damn. I'm so precarious with everything. Jesus. Maybe a little less precarious. We could do that. All right. What are we baking at here? Uh, 400 for 15 to 18 minutes. Okay. Hey, producer.
Yeah.
I think I need to go to the bathroom one final time before the grand finale of the cook-off. Oh. Okay. Sorry, I had to go to the bathroom. We're very close. We're getting there. We're somewhere. In between. In the Matrix. The Spider-Verse. Okay. These look pretty, like they're starting to pick up color, which is where we want to pull them. All right. Explicitly told we don't want a lot of color. We just want to get them firmed up. Okay. This is going to go back in the freezer. In the freezer with you. Become cool. Yeah. Okay. And I'm going to egg wash these while they're out here. Sorry, they look kind of shitty. I don't know. I'm trying, man. It's hard. Let me use my paintbrush to egg wash. I looked it up. You can use the paintbrush. It's fine. It's allowed. It's a legal move. And if you're wondering why I'm using so many pans, it's because I have that pan already in use, and I was told explicitly in the instructions to not overcrowd the pan. So we've got 3 pans right now. Okay, well, these look like they could be decent buns. I don't know. And I kind of don't want bun unless you got bun, huh? Yeah, this is pretty bun. Bun. Okay. We want the heat all the way up. We can put this over here. This is waiting for the heat. This to preheat, and this is waiting for that to heat. I think we want it at like 350. And then I'll take one of the chicken thighs out and I'll put it in the thing. And I might have to do it back to the camera for the first one because we literally, quite literally have no fucking room to do it. But the next ones will be, you know, facing forward. $325. Okay. Got it. Maybe we could do 2. I think we could do 2. Okay, well, we're coming up to heat on both accounts. It's the race. Does the oven get to 400 before this gets to 325? If that's the case, we can do both of them facing forward. We might just end up doing that. I'm going to see if I can move these over here for the time being. Find a spot for them. There is more space over here. There's like a table, but it was covered in stuff. I think it would be a poor decision to do things facing backwards. Pull things back over here, and they'll return over there, or these will move over accordingly. Okay. All right. This is our dredge. So there's a little trick where you can like put some of the stuff in to make like clumps. You can like pre-make clumps. It should help to give like a craggy, right? We want craggy, right? That's what we've been doing all day with the fucking with the potatoes, yeah. So any reason to get like extra, we want clumpy, craggy. That's what we want. Like I was told, all my advice for chicken stuff is like be aggressive with it when it's in here, right? You want to like squeeze it and stuff. You want it to get all like mangy. You want it to get like fucking fucked up. Right? So it's got all these like bits. Yeah? That looks pretty fucking good. Oh god. Lordy lordy. Just kind of rip it up more. See? Then you get the stuff. Alright. 2, I think, is the limit. And that's got to cook for about 15 minutes. Yeah, probably shouldn't be dripping water from my hands into the fucking frying oil. Okay. Damn. That looked like a solid piece of chicken. Yeah, that's a whole, it's a chicken thigh. Boneless chicken thigh. Yeah, and the temp dropped quite a bit, so we're going to keep it on high for a while here. And we are approaching 400 for the oven. Damn, I said that was the last one until the last one. Fuck. Now just gotta drink juice and water. Fuck. Woo, woo, woo. Thank you for following. We appreciate it quite a bit. Trying to get affiliate. I make basically a dinner party's worth of food every Thursday night because we host / bring food to a Dungeons and Dragons session basically every Friday. This week it's a Saturday, and so we're doing this. Because normally, if it was Friday, I would have something to make that would do well the day after. And fried chicken is very much a thing to eat right now. Okay. And the last one, I gotta fucking. Yeah. I think this is. I think that's good. Okay, let's try with that. Bruce, you left 7 more follows. Yeah, I got 7 more to my goal. Yeah, we're getting there. For real. And I've been working on a thing. I'm not a woodworker, and I get this multi-tool for woodworking that has a lathe on it. And I was trying to, or not a lathe. It has a lathe, but a joiner. And I was trying to join 2 5-foot boards, and they're way too long. So I'm going to dial things back until I'm better at woodworking, and at which point I will adjust my thing. But basically, I just need a board for like a pull-out thing. Yeah, no. That would be cool to do a woodworking stream. I mean, the garage is right over there. The sad thing is because I stream from my laptop that's hooked up to Ethernet, and code in the United States prevents us from having any sort of holes through the door. Also, I'm renting, but that separation. So I'd have to have the door open the whole time, and it's like in the dark. So I'd want to have the garage door open or whatever. So we might try and figure out how to do those sorts of things. Because in the garage, I've also got a bunch of like brewing equipment, and I want to make like beer. I want to do brewing streams and stuff. But also upstairs, I have like my office / music room, and I'm most of the way done with my brewing stream would be really fucking fun. I'm most of the way done with the woodworking portions since I'm gonna dial it back a little bit for my. I got a standing desk that's gonna have a pull-out underneath it for a full 77 key keyboard or 80 key keyboard. Um, so that way I can have it up in my office / music room, so I can start doing music streams on Fridays because I do music stuff, and a lot of this channel is just trying to get me to do more of what I know is the things I should be doing by making them like projects, right? And so by drawing attention to them, I make it to where like I have to deliver on them. Because it's one of those things where you'd be like, oh yeah, like I wish I could do more music, but I just don't have enough time. And it's like, if I put it out there that I'm trying to do this channel or whatever, then like it's a thing that I have to do. I have to brew beer. I have to finish this woodworking thing. I have to, make music on Fridays or whatever, right? But yeah, it's a lot of food stuff. It's been all food stuff so far. But like brewing things would be great. And then music stuff too. And then we need to figure out how to edit video. And I've got some great ideas for some YouTube video stuff. Like, I think it'd be really good. I don't know. But I'm not gonna share. I'm just gonna tease you guys. Sorry. That's the thing, right? Because if I say the idea, then someone's gonna take the idea, and then I won't have a video. But if I don't, I don't know. It's dumb. It's that stoic thing. You should just say it when you're done with it. Don't give all the energy to the saying of the doing of the thing. Give the energy to the doing of the thing. Buy me dinner first before you tease me. Yeah, exactly. Hey, I actually had some questions about rum. If you would be willing to answer. Sorry. Huh? Sorry. Thought I was getting a secret message from producer. What's up? Oh, okay. Cool. I had a question about rums in the in that like South Pacific sort of area. Not gonna lie, never had rum, but I kind of try. Any brand you would suggest? Well, a lot of the thing is like I don't know because so sugar distillates, right? The idea is that rum exists as a as as a pre or a descendant of the West Indies, right? The West Indies, which are basically the idea that they were trying to recreate the Indies, like Indonesia, right? So there are a ton of sugar distillates in the Indonesia area. And so I was wondering if there are any brands you would suggest. That's kind of where I'm coming from. That was my question. But it seems like, yeah, right. Because I'm there's a couple things. I don't have any with me. I drank the rest of it, but there's a thing called Batavia Iraq, which is like a good. Sorry, it's a rum made from Java. You're not the guy, okay? Well, if you could find out, that'd be great. Cause I subscribe to the Patreon for this this food podcast, and they were totally just like, I don't know, man, fucking but like I literally like asked them about like where can I get seeds for this variety of mint from South America, and they're like, I couldn't find it, but you should talk to this guy who would be able to call people who would know. You know what I mean? And they like answer questions on this podcast. And yeah, no, it's just whoa, careful, don't want to burn yourself. All right, this looks pretty fucking good, right? Does this look like some solid ass fried chicken? I'd say so. But yeah, so I mean, most of the brands that I would be able to suggest are ones that come from. Apologize, mate, but I have to move now. I will see you in the next stream. All good, all good. Just saying, all of the brands I would suggest would be ones from half the world away. When I'm sure you have brands in your neighborhood or in your area of the world that are as good, if not better. And so I should be asking you in some regards. Maybe it's all good. If you know, if it's not your cup of tea, no pressure. All right, I'm gonna rough this up. Huh. This is on fucking high. But don't hold me to a promise. All good. All good. You're all good. No pressure. Just open inquiry, right? Where I just questions. Because I asked the food podcast that has all like the tips and tricks and all. They got like oddly, weirdly specific and niche understanding of like broad, vast categories, and they had nothing to say about it. I believe we have some guests. I should make something nice. That'd be good. Let me wash all the chicken off my hands first. All right. Should make something nice. All right. Oh, buddy. All right. Frying up our chicken. Got our buns in the oven. They're looking great. Cooling off the fries for our last fry. Gonna make another one of these. Not for myself, but for some wonderful guests. We were expecting company. So I made 4 instead of 2. Alright. Let me grab some ice. Helio. They're cooling off pretty well. is about an ounce and a half. Tequila. We're gonna grab a lime here. Let's see, about an ounce of lime juice. That's pretty good. We got some guava. An ounce. Let's check our. What are we doing with these guys? Pretty good. All right. Half an ounce of our spicy tequila. And then 3/4 ounce chung and chinar. Sorry, looked over at my chicken frying. A lot of things going on at the same time. It's all good. We don't really need the cutting board as a cutting board anymore. Really. A little bit of salt water. Good. We're gonna flip it here. All right. Here you go.
Thank you.
Yeah. Yeah? Good? Cool. Finishing up, I'm just frying off these chicken. And then I've got the last fry for the chips. And yeah. We're getting there. Well, camera turn on. Got it. That happens from time to time. It's all good. Okay. Still got a little time on this. Get the internals up. the buns are doing. They're looking pretty good. Need to get a little more golden brown. Grab the pole. This stuff can go over here, away. We're done with them. Ah. All right, I'm thinking this is done. It's looking pretty good. Which means it's time to start frying off our fries. So we'll go and grab those, which I'm sure by now should be cool. They seem pretty cool. Okay. And we're just gonna do it, yeah, max temp, fry until done. I mean, that's the... We're just gonna fry these off, and then we can pull off some oil and use that to bloom some spices, which we should actually put together now. So the recommendation, you know, it's a lot of cayenne, right? This is like actually like real deal Southern food, but I put hot chicken instead of Nashville hot chicken because I'm feeling like I want to take some liberties. Some of those liberties are, I did when I did my chili crisp, right? Doesn't call for gochugaru, but I use gochugaru because, I mean, it was in a video, but also like it makes sense, right? I want a lot of flavor. Like I want a lot of heat, but I want a lot of flavor too. Another good candidate would be Aleppo pepper. This is another pepper. I've grown it before. It's not very spicy, but it adds a lot of flavor. So instead of using just straight up cayenne and paprika, we're probably going to cut in with some gochugaru. So our main spices are going to be the cayenne, the paprika, and the gochugaru. And then there's onion powder and garlic powder, salt, and I think they added MSG in the one thing I was looking at. So I'm good to do that too. That's fine. I'm fine with that. So let's make our stuff while we're frying up these fries for the last fry. And then we'll be able to plate everything, get some nice, things are gonna look real. Like look at these fries. These are starting to look really fucking good.
Should I hold it up again?
Yeah. Yeah. Producer is always wanting to take pictures. All right. Oh, that's right. That's what we wanted this for. I'm gonna wash this off, and we're gonna build our spice in the bottom of this and bloom it in this, so that way we can toss the chicken in it. All right. Getting closer. The buns don't look as like plump and like spherical. Hello, my lord. I could throw that chicken on top of rice and call it a night. You know what? You're not wrong. But, you're not in front of a camera, right? I probably would too. But, I'm trying to make this a project, right? Where I try things, right? Who the hell in their right mind is going to triple cook fries unless they've got it on their mind? They want to triple cook their fries, right? I've never triple cooked fries. So this year, we haven't repeated anything. Well, I think we might have repeated one thing. But I want to try things I haven't tried before. I don't want to make things that you see but you never make, right? And this is one of those things, right? This looks good. This is done, right? This is great. Well, we're going to take this oil after we're done frying these fries, and I'm going to use it to bloom a bunch of spices. Basically make like a chili crisp and toss this fried chicken in it. Because that's what hot chicken is. It's like fried chicken tossed in chili crisp, which is news to me, right? And you wouldn't even get the... Yeah, food looks bomb, though. How long have you been cooking for? It says 5.5 hours on the thing. So we'll call it 5.5 hours. Maybe 5 hours. Some breaks and stuff. But look at that. Look at these. Triple cooked fries. This is, yeah. Real deal. No, we're getting some stuff. Some crud. Maybe we need like a little... I'm going to grab this. We are using this for the carne asada we just had to... there's just so much stuff at the bottom. I don't want to burn anything because like it's starting to get like done, right? I'd like this to last through the thing. Okay, that's looking a little better. Fuck. Okay. I was doing them one at a time the last time, and I was like, oh, this is really slow and boring. So what if I burn myself and like do a bunch of dumb shit? I've been cooking for about 25 years. I don't know. I've been cooking for a while. My parents like cooking, so I did cooking. It's kind of what it is. All right, we're going to put together this spice blend that we're going to bloom. I'm going to add... We're going to start off with the cayenne, so that way we can gauge from there. Maybe like that much? Quite a bit, but less than some. I don't know, have you been cooking long? How long have you been cooking? Slight burn. It's all good. Could have been much worse. This is me fucking around, honestly. This is the paprika. Yeah, okay. Some paprika. We're just gonna do equal parts. Paprika, cayenne, and gochugaru. And then we're gonna add our... There's garlic, onion, and then salt / MSG. Oh man, these fries are cooking fast. All right. I like the gochugaru. I like a lot of... Hey, what's up? Probably around 20 years when I finally open up our little BBQ food concession stand like a week ago. Awesome. Good for you. That's great. That's wonderful. Really cool. Love to hear that people are doing stuff. How's the food going? Well, we're coming along. We're on our third fry or third cook for our fries, second fry, and we finished our chicken here. We just need to grab some of this oil after we're done with the fries and bloom our stuff so we can make it, hot chicken. And I made a slaw. I made ranch. And I've got some buns cooking in the oven here. And we should be finishing up. It is pretty late. Later than I would have anticipated. I had to start the buns a little late because I forgot that they were potato buns and they required a baked potato to start. So to start, I had to wait and bake a potato for the most part. I blended the stuff together, but we were waiting to move on from the potato part. So, all right. Let's try and not burn ourselves this time. We'll add them one at a time. But these fries look pretty fucking good. Chippy Chip, right? I got this from a London place. So the original triple cook fry comes from the Fat Duck, which was in London. And there's a bunch of science food guys. One of them is Chris Young, and he used to be sous chef or something like that at the Fat Duck. So he does, the combustion ink thermometers and all the fun, wonky, weird stuff. So we're trying out some new stuff tonight. All right. last fry here, I need to add some salt and some MSG. I'm just going to add, an amount. All right. All right. We are so very close. Oh, so very close. Feel like I'm missing something right now. I'm gonna actually sprinkle these with a little bit of salt too. The buns. Okay, these are probably almost certainly done. So we're gonna get some hot pads and place these over here off screen. But they look very good. Just there's more space off screen, right? Like, look, pretty good. Pretty good bun. I'd say that's a serviceable bun. Using someone's 10-year recipe that they've been working on, but me doing it for the first time, not adding everything and not having a stand mixer and or dough conditioner and all these things. I think they're pretty good. You know, they're better than last time. Last time was a while ago. I will say that. But no, I think they look all right. That's the thing, though. They tend to not be like so swoopy, and they tend to be just kind of. They kind of just go down. We got a couple that are a bit more. I don't know. All right, these fries are looking done. So it means it's time to move on. We're going to add a little bit of salt. First thing. I should have been doing that with the rest of them. I didn't do that. And then we are going to add oil to our, we're going to bloom our spice. We're going to make some, whoop, that's my fault. We're going to make some chili crisp, basically, right now on the fly. And that is the hot chicken, right? So you can see we're blooming. You can see the bubbles, right? That's the spices blooming. We'll do another cup here. I think maybe one more little ladle. And this is kind of the consistency that I saw in videos. Kind of this sort of consistency. So we can turn this off. Oil is done. And we basically grab this chicken, right? We'll grab them one at a time here. We'll just bathe them in this chili crisp, I guess. I guess that's the intention. And after they're done with their bath, they can return to the land of the living. Hopefully, mostly unscathed. This fucking thing is not very. Hey, but look at that. Ta-da. There you go. Hot chicken, right? It looks like hot chicken to me. All right. We get another one. All right. It's one of those where you get better at it as you do it more. All right. We got our chickens all done. Fucking good. All right. I dig it. Okay. I'm going to grab my one-off bun here. The tray with the one bun. How's this looking? This is looking all right. Decent bun. All right. I don't know. They're all right.
Is at the top.
What?
Oh.
That's the whole bun.
Okay.
Sorry. Producer isn't satisfied. I tried buns last time. They were worse than this.
Yeah, those look good though.
Here. I need a better knife. Sharper knife. Heavier knife. There we go. You can't sharpen a serrated knife. Not very easily, anyway. Right. So we've got. Maybe we set up our shop. Whew, that is fucking hot. Okay. Maybe we set up our shop over here. Whoop. Okay, like that. Yeah? It's good. And we could take pictures here? Is that all good? Okay. Cool. All right. I'm going to get things prepared. Sorry. It's a whole sandwich. It's a whole ensemble. Ensemble. I want the juice. Get some of that juice out there. Yeah. We get the slaw. All right. Grab some of our ranch. Our homemade ranch. Ranch. Here it is. Sorry. A little bit on top. Sorry, just trying to plate up some stuff. I appreciate your patience. All right, let's grab a little handful of this. Some chippies. Sorry. And then here, I'll grab the smaller one, or I'll grab a medium one. How about that? Oh shit, the cocktail. My bad. Un segundo. Mucho cosas en mi miedo. Oh no. De la munda. Sorry, I'm trying to remember mind. Fear is the mind killer. El miedo es el asesino de la mierda. Trying to remember my Spanish. Sorry. We are so very close. Things. So many things. As close as they could be, yet so far away. And that's the last of the cimarron. Perfect. Pouring. Guava. Lime. Be done. Get about an ounce. A little more. All right. Perfect. Now we're on to the parts that are less than that. We've got the chinar, the chum. And the spicy tequila. For, I don't know. What do you call it? A devil's backbone. I don't know. Fucking. Mi Jalisco Fat Greek Wedding. I don't know. What do you call it? What's the name of it? I don't know. Spicy guava margarita with Chinar. All right. All right. Drink, fries, chips, sandwich. Looks pretty fucking good. I don't know. Let's try it. Let's see if it's any good. Yeah. Yeah, it's pretty fucking good. Man. That is fucking killer. Wow. Each one of these is so fucking good. I think it's like, because it's like perfect. I fucking. Wow. 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 God damn. Man. That is fucking good. Make this for your friends. Make this for your family. This is a good one. I hope you found what you're looking for. And I think we're done here. Catch you next time. Thanks.